Hello, hello. Sorry, I was dealing with some weird problems. Again, it's always something new today. Every day I stream. There's always some new issue that comes up. It's weird. Today, yesterday was my keyboard not connecting. Today, it was my mouse not connecting. I don't know I think my computer's just starting to get old, man. My computer's just like me, it's old. Just kidding, it's not that old. It's like I think I've had this desktop for 6 years now. And I replaced its parts about a year ago. I think a year or two ago. Not all of it, but some of it. Sorry. I'm cleaning my glasses now because I'm a big nerd that wears glasses. Ooh. It looks good. First time I've cleaned my glasses in a while. At least with the right rag, you know. Because I've been using a different one because I couldn't find it, but I found it recently. Now my glasses are actually not smudgy. Also, I know it says I'm still working on something, so I have a document. I've been keeping track of my every end stats because some people really like the every end stats. So I've been filling out this sheet every day just to kind of give a good idea of like how I've been progressing. Yesterday was not a great day. Let's double check. Let's see. Yeah, not too great. Yesterday was the 10th, right? My best from 0 was 17%. That's a yikes. Actually, that's not too big of a yikes. That's a left unknown attempt. My best run in that session was 33 to 61, which is not bad. That is a 28% run. So I had a longer run and I took about 500 attempts that day. 763. 0 blitzers, Samson, 0 joxy attempts, and then $5 for a membership. Dude, talk to YouTube about that. If like I'm telling you, if there was an option to like disable ads for members, I would. But there isn't one. Like, it's really annoying. You have to use YouTube Premium to not see ads. Now, you could use an ad blocker, but you didn't hear that from me. Alright, let's actually start playing the game now. Also, I don't know if I'm gonna make my sheet, my every end sheet public, but I did set up Nightbot. So you guys can mess around with that. I have like the attempts command, hardest, all that dumb, stupid stuff. Actually, I need to make sure it actually works so you can try it. Thanks, Lays. You ruined it. Oh my god, I got it set up. Thank God, dude. Beautiful camera, am I right, everyone? Do you like to see my Sayo device? Oh, you can see my jacket. Look, it's green. Doesn't look green right now, but it's green. Uh... Also, I heard a strat that someone that watched my videos, he said he wanted to race, but I didn't respond to his comment yet. Obviously I checked his video to make sure he's legit, and it looks legit on the surface, but they don't use glow at all. And I'm like, should I try no glow and see how that feels? Cause I am a fucking superstitious motherfucker. For me, like, the little changes do matter. This feels so awkward though. Like my cube feels so small. Dude, maybe that's the strat. I don't ever do 88 to 100 that easily, by the way. I fucking suck at 88 to 100. Here, hold on. There's one jump that'll really test to see if it is helpful, and it's 68%. Because I use the glow like a little bit sometimes when I do some jumps, so I want to see how much that like impacts some of the jumps where I do rely on the glow. If 88 to 100 were as a level, what difficulty would it be? Like a medium demon? Actually, maybe like a hard demon. I feel like it's not, like 80 to 100 is not that hard, honestly. That's not to, you know, say, oh, if you do 80 to 100, you're not good. Like, that's why I'd say, like, it's still a really rough run. You have to do, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I think there's 5 frame perfects in that run. So if you could do that run, like, great job, man. I would say that's about hard demon difficulty. Just because of the frame perfects, and there's a lot of really hard jumps in it, you know? Obviously, frame perfects don't make up the difficulty. It's just it's a very awkward kind of feeling part. So like medium to hard demon, I'd say, because it's also really short. It's like as long as Sock Up in Hell, right? 9.6 were a full level, so including the last jump in Mindcaps part, or including the first frame perfect in Mindcaps part, that would probably be, call me crazy, like hard to insane demon. I think it's because everyone underestimates Penato's part. Penato is one of the hardest parts in the level, 0 to 8%. The only reason that people think it's easy is because it's the very beginning of the level and every player gets consistent at it, you know? Like, it's like, oh, but, you know, 0 to 8 must get consistent, right? It's like, it gets consistent because you have to do it in every single run from 0, you know? Dude, am I weird? But does my cube kind of look naked without the glow? Like, my cube looks naked, dude. That's the best way for me to describe it. I think the only reason I play with glow is because my normal colors are dark gray and green, and the dark gray can be hard to see when you're playing some darker levels. But obviously when I'm playing every end, I don't use dark gray because for some reason it's easier to see when your cube is a lighter color. I literally cannot explain it, but that's just how it is. Like, for some reason, lighter colors are way easier to use on every end. I'm pretty sure almost no Victor uses like a very dark color, unless it's like their secondary color. But I'm pretty sure most Victors, their primary color is like a yellow, it's like a light blue, you know, they use white. White is probably the most used, I think, of any player. Like Kiruu uses white, I'm using white now. Another guy that I watch that's playing every end is using white. I think the most recent Victor used white. Like, I think people are finding the meta. The meta is like using the color of white as your primary. Use white and cyan. Yeah. That being said, don't feel restricted to use, you know, light colors. I have seen people, like if you think about it, when I first did progress on every end, I used dark gray and green, and I used an asymmetrical icon. Like, you can make progress in this level without using, you know, the meta stuff. However, I will say it is very helpful to use, you know, this cube, bright colors. It does make it a lot easier. And if you don't believe me, like, actually try it out. Like, some of the jumps feel almost easier when you use a symmetrical cube. Lighter colors have a general. Yeah, I mean, like, now that I think about it, almost every single like good GD player, they use lighter colors. Like, I don't think any like pro GD player uses black as the primary color. They could use it as a secondary, obviously, or a glow, but like the primary colors for almost every good GD player in the past has always been some sort of brighter color or high saturation color. Any advantages welcome at this level? Exactly. Like when you're playing top levels, you don't have to be like a stuck-up little, you know, baby about it where it's like, I refuse to do what the meta is. I mean, that's just being a contrarian. Like, that's not a bad thing. However, when you're playing the 8th hardest level in the game according to Pointer Crate, I think it's okay to, you know, kind of concede to the meta a bit. Like, that's what I did, dude. I went from like switching my icon colors all the fucking time, you know, using different icons sometimes just because, you know, I didn't want to use the default icon with white, you know, that's boring. But as I've played this level more, it's like, I don't fucking care what icon I am as long as I get past the jumps, dude. Even if they have dark colors, they have a white glow. Yeah. My only problem with using the white glow with dark colors, or not white glow, but a glow with dark colors is that it makes your icon look so fat. That being said, I don't want to go away from using gray and green. Like, I still love that color combo, obviously, based on my little snake on my channel. Dude, I don't know why I'm so bad at the staircase. I think Kiruu's been ruining my confidence with that staircase because he's just like, dude, I don't know why you keep dying there. It's low-key easy. And it's like, brother, all those jumps are like a 30th of a second to time it correct. Like those are near frame perfects. I mean, they aren't frame perfect, so it's not a 60th of a second, but those are fucking hard jumps, dude. Okay, I clearly just need to like start locking in on the icon position. I think that's what's happening. For some reason I'm not like, I am like way offset with how I normally time these jumps. "39 staircase feels so much easier after getting semi-consistent at Minecraft's part." I guarantee it'll get more consistent. I think your name's Leo. Like Leolio. That's a pretty nice name, honestly. But like I don't know why, but I'm jumping from Sawcoop and Hell, and it really shows because there are like I still struggle with the jumps that are like semi-hard, you know. Whereas, like, you know, if you look at other players that have played harder levels than I have, they don't struggle as much with jumps like these because they have a little more experience with difficult parts. But, you know, I am literally no experience Extreme Demon player. Like, I think some people forget that I only have 3 Extreme Demons. Like, this is going to be my 4th Extreme Demon I've ever beaten. If I beat it, obviously. But I might do some extremes in between then. Like, I think... just for training purposes. Like I'm thinking of beating that one that I played yesterday, if you guys remember, Prismatic. That level looked really fun. I don't know why the staircase is just such a struggle for me. I think it's maybe my hand position, because I'm noticing that like sometimes I just click very far off what my mind tells me to click. You know, I mean, obviously, you know, it's way different actually doing than thinking. Because by that logic, I should have beaten it already because I know how to do every jump. Oh, 52, bro. Simas keeps dying to that. Where's the heart rate monitor? Oh, shit. I thought I put it on, but I didn't connect it to my widget. So, oops, I'll do that after this attempt. oopsie poopsies. Dude, like, what am I doing? I think the camera is fucking with me in some weird ass way. Like the camera in that part. I don't want that to sound like an excuse though. Like at the end of the day, it's just a big fat skill issue. But like, I don't know why that part is just so fucky wucky for me. I know the jumps are hard. Like, that's out of the question. The jumps are hard. Regardless of what anyone else tries to say, because they clearly haven't played the level. It gets easier as you progress, but for some reason for me, they've just always been that, like, I have a 50% pass rate. Maybe the glow does help. Damn it. I'm getting a snack. Well, by a snack, I mean a drink. I really just said snack when I grabbed a soda from the fridge. Bro, if I died at that from 0, I think that I would cry. Like if I died at 29% from 0, I think that's okay. 29% comes at you really quickly. But like that jump, I would cry probably. I mean, Pop-Off died there once, but you know. That jump is pretty... not free, but it's pretty easy compared to the other jumps in Blitzer. It's one of those deaths where it's like, oh man, I just made it past the hardest straight fly ever and I died to like a triple spike at the end. You know what I mean? It's just like, I would argue that's probably the last hard jump. Actually, not even hard jump, but that's like the last semi-difficult jump in the first third of the level. Like, I think that is the jump that kind of ends all the hard jumps until you get to 37 and then 41 or 42. I'm not doing a balloon to TD6 stream. Anytime I did those, no one fucking watched. And I haven't played balloons in a while, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't played since the new Ice Hero came out. Buffered that. Do a Geometry Dash stream? I'll think about it. I'm not sure about streaming that game, honestly. Why am I buffering these jumps so much? I'm clicking early today. Stream on TikTok or become a tomboy? I would gladly become a tomboy. Because TikTok is incredibly toxic. I don't think I've gotten a single positive comment on any TikTok stream, so I'm just not doing it anymore. And I don't earn anything on TikTok anyways. I want to start streaming on Twitch again, but my computer has been so laggy lately that I just don't bother with it. And honestly, a lot of my viewers that used to watch me on Twitch don't watch me anymore. They watch Mave, which I'm not complaining about, obviously, because they kind of came around during my variety content era. But now that I'm not really doing variety, they don't really tune in anymore, and that's okay. Like they tune into Mave for the variety content. That's who I do variety content with. You gifted me $1 on TikTok. That doesn't make it any better. Like, do you want to know how much I've earned on TikTok in total, aside from those, or including those? Like, $5. Now, am I going to complain about $5? Hell no. But is it worth dealing with a chat full of 100 people that are extremely toxic? No, in my opinion. Still more than my net worth. Hey, it's more than my net worth. That $5 went towards a nice Happy Meal. It's a whole breadstick. I know. Just have a mod there. I don't know. No, that's not. It's not that easy, you know. I don't have enough followers that would warrant me modding like 20 people. Like if I modded 10 people, right? You're telling me to expect at least like 1 or 2 of them to be there. That's just not gonna happen, you know. And also, TikTok won't give me a stream key, so I have to use their separate application to stream on TikTok, and that lags my computer even more. So like the negatives have outweighed the positives of streaming on TikTok. At this point, I think I want to delete the TikTok account. Like, I don't really care to post on it anymore. I haven't posted on it in like 2 months because I just don't care about it. Like, I think the only channel that I'm really hard caring about right now is my YouTube, because it's the only one where like I get an actual solid bit of viewership. Why does TikTok even exist? Like as an app? Because it's a social media app where you can share things with each other. It's a competitor to Instagram. The owners of TikTok don't actually do anything to make it seem like it's even a social media on app. I mean, it is. Like, I think you're just looking at it from a very confined perspective. Are there people on the app that make you want to like be like, why the fuck does TikTok even exist? Yeah, I see a lot of those posts all the time. That's why I don't use TikTok anymore, because it's just full of that shit. But there are still people on that platform making solid content. It's just Instagram does that too. And I don't post on Instagram, but you know, I watch on Instagram. The monetization on TikTok as well is way more tough than other platforms. Like, so I don't think they're necessarily in it for monetization purposes. Like, for example, one of my videos got, I think, around 50,000 views. The requirements to get monetized are you need to have 10,000 followers and at least, I believe, 100,000 views in the past month. So pretty restrictive. And every video you post, in order for it to be monetized, it needs to be 1 minute long, which is why you'll see those videos where it just repeats like the same video over and over again, or they drag it out like a really long. It's for the viewership. You need engagement. You need engaged views to count towards revenue. And then the revenue itself is just kind of bad. Like one of my YouTube videos, I made about $23 from it, from 40,000 views. On TikTok, on a video that I got about 50,000 views, I made 40 cents. So the monetization on TikTok is not great, honestly. As someone who's been monetized on almost every platform, at least every platform that like commonly has streams and video posting, TikTok is probably one of the worst when it comes to monetization. Obviously, I wasn't in it for the monetization. I was in it for viewership purposes, which it did bring me a pretty solid amount of viewership. But now it's like, now I just don't want to deal with it anymore, because like I have to sacrifice a pretty decent amount just to get those viewers. I have to stream all the time. I have to post content all the time. And it's like, that's just another third channel to deal with. Or technically second, because, you know, I don't really have to manage my Twitch as much. Just like every now and then fix the widgets and every now and then do a stream there. But like, I don't want to have to manage 2 channels at once. Like, I'd rather just manage my YouTube. Well, you said 10,000 days, but you are assuming that I get 50,000 views per day on that video. That's not going to happen. Like, no. And also, it's not like I make enough to where I have to worry about monetization. Like, you know, on my streams, I make an average of 40 cents, which is more than what I make on TikTok for posting a quote, not viral, but like one of my more viral clips, quote unquote, makes just as much as if I just stream on YouTube. And also TikTok's like terms and conditions have been shifted a million times in the past like fucking few months, and I don't want to deal with it. Also, their moderation for content is awful. You know, they say, oh, if you produce AI content, you're required to label it as AI, right? There are dozens of millions of videos out there that are AI generated, not labeled as AI, but they don't moderate that at all because, you know, it costs money to do that. So like, I don't know, I'm just not a huge fan of the platform anymore. Maybe if I do my second quitting of Geometry Dash and I go back to Variety, maybe. I don't keep up with that stupid drama, so no, I don't know what you're talking about. Like I said, I just don't use TikTok anymore. I don't care to look at TikTok. I don't care to see what happens on TikTok. That's why I'm probably going to delete the account, because there's no reason it exists now. I still don't care. Dude, I'm fucking so bad at those jumps. I don't know why. 25 is like the new choke point for me. It's weird because I thought it would be like 27%, but nope, it's 25. And 24. Technically 24 as well because of the first jump. all of the so I have 2 every end players that have been helping me with this level. One of them is a Victor and one of them has list percent, and they both tell me to do the hold there. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just telling you why I do the hold there. I find the hold a little easier. Instead of 2 timings, you're doing 1. You know, honestly, obviously, it's one timing that's a little harder versus 2 timings that are a little easier than just doing the hold strat. But my thought process is the last jump is a frame perfect. The jump into, you know, 18% is a frame perfect when you reach the top. So instead of doing like an easy jump and then timing a frame perfect, I'd rather just do the frame perfect. It's why I do 60, I think it's 69%. I do it slightly different from the usual player, because instead of doing, you know, 1 frame perfect and then like an easy jump and then another frame perfect, I just do the 2 frame perfects back to back. Because for me, it's just easier. You're still doing 1 timing. Well, no, you have to like, you just it gives you time to fix it if necessary. But no, I think lining up at the top is much harder because you don't have as much time. When you're at the bottom, you just line up with the back of your cube. Whereas if you jump up there, you don't have a lot of time to time that jump. That being said, like, your strategy works when you go early for my strat. Like, sometimes I go early and I have to fix it, and you know, that's when your strat is like, yes, that works. Maybe I'll adapt it later though, because I have like changed some of my strategies recently, like how 27%, I used to hold at 27%, but now I do that a double tap. It doesn't change any of the timings. All it does is it just feels more consistent. I mean, actually it can help with like improving, messing up the first timing. Kind of, you know, pretty similar to what you're describing. It's just, I think for some reason on that jump, I prefer the hold much more than at 27. I think I die more frequently to 27 than I do at 17, so that's why I changed my strat there, but not at 17. I still have some death at 17 though. I'm not like absolutely blitzing through that part. I still have like my own random deaths there. But I think 27 is much more of a struggle for me. It's too late. Wow. Dude, I don't know why I'm so fucking bad at the staircase today. I better not have like my 3rd fucking mind block at that staircase, dude. I don't know why. I don't know why that staircase is just fucking impossible for me. I'm gonna blame Kiruu, dude. He destroyed my confidence. But that's because I'm making petty excuses. The reality is just that I suck. What the fuck? Oh yeah, you're supposed to jump in there. Well, now it's gonna be easier because, you know, I'm just gonna do it from Joxy, bro. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm gonna do like a run from Joxy's part, and then I'm gonna go from 0. I think today's goal is to get 1 blitzer attempt. You never seen someone jump from that platform? You're not supposed to. It's just sometimes I do that. I know you're supposed to jump down there. Christ Shade, what is this? 5 in a row? Yep. But remember, Kiruu, see, you're employed and I'm not employed. So that's why I have more time to do streams. I am a jobless college student and you are I think you're also doing school and you have a job. So yeah, 5 times in a row, because I can't do that. I need to get better at improving that jump at 52. Early, so let's wait a bit. There we go. And it's okay, the algorithm likes you more anyways. Brother. It also kind of helps that I have almost double your subscriber count. Like, maybe that's why I have a little more viewership. I don't think the algorithm likes me that much, dude. It liked my every end video, but like it did not like my every end in 3 runs video. It liked my every end but robot. But it doesn't like my actual progress videos, you know? Others, you're complaining that you only had 2 or 3 viewers at 8 to 10 and now it's swamped. I guess. But then again, I think what also happened 2 to 3 months ago is the doggy raid. And I think that definitely caused you to get an influx of viewership from, you know, doggy viewers. And I think now that the dust has settled a bit, it's kind of fallen. Like, if you think about it, my viewership is probably up because I got raided by Druki, the angel side verifier. And I think eventually it's gonna, you know, I don't mean to sound pessimistic, but I think eventually it's gonna, you know, settle down. And also, a lot of my viewership is built off of, like, 2 videos, man. My most common viewers are the ones that are absolutely carrying my thing. I just think what you lack is those viewers that are like always there. You know what I mean? And it kind of sucks. You know, like I have Voxy, Zixtrio, and Lays Kitty. Like they're almost always in my streams, even if they're busy. They'll always tune in at least once. But like for you, it's kind of like a gamble, dude. It's like, all right, who's gonna show up today? Like I think yesterday Seraph showed up. I don't know how often she's in your streams though. I don't know why people like me though. I feel like you have a much more stable personality. I'm a lot more hot-headed. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. I feel like I'm not emotionally ready to be popular as opposed to you. I feel like you're a little more emotionally intelligent than I am. I get frustrated and I get angry. I get pissy. I get moody. I go on a million different tangents to distract myself. I guess that's my only advantage though, is that I can talk about just the most random shit for like hours on end. But at the same time, the counter to that is that I'm moody. I'm a fussy little baby. Dude, why is that jump just impossible? No, I get what you mean though. Like, and I think that's just the result of every end. I don't think it's the result of you or anything. Like, if you think about it, the better you get at every end, the longer the runs become and the longer the gap between your new progress is. You know what I mean? Like, the difference between a 10 and an 11% run in every end could happen anytime back then. But nowadays, getting from 69 to like 74, that could take like 10 streams or so, or whatever, you know? Dude, why is that jump just impossible now? I think it literally is just the result of your progress slows because of just how long the level is. Like, you don't really have control over how fast you make progress in every end because it's such a long, drawn out level. And also, you and I are doing crazy jumps, so our progress isn't going to be nearly as quick as, you know, the best players in the game. Like, think about it. It took Pop-Off 2 streams to get further than me. And it took me, what, 60 streams to get all the way to 33%. We're just, you know, we're just not progressing as quick as people want. You can kind of thank Zoink and, you know, Pop-Off for just being absolute robots when it comes to playing this game. Like, they just make progress instantly. It's crazy. Not saying to diss them, by the way, but like, they just make progress really fast, and some people just expect progress fast. But when you're playing levels like this, that it just doesn't come quick, you know? Damn. You're getting a Joxy pretty consistent. Yeah, your consistency has been pretty nuts lately, honestly. Mine has been dwindling as per usual. I haven't had a blitzer attempt in the last 2 streams, which is kind of sad. I did get 23 at least on one of those streams, which is the jump right before blitzer. So I almost had a blitzer attempt. But last stream, I think, was one of my worst consistency days. I only got to 17%. Like, not even the second half of Left Unknown. But, you know, I've kind of just grown a little more to just not give a shit, dude. Like, some days I'm just gonna play like buns, and I can't really do anything about it. I'm just gonna play like buns. It sucks, but that's just the reality of this level, man. Like, some days you're just gonna not do anything. And obviously I play it a lot more frequently, so that could be a flaw that I have. But I honestly feel like it's not affecting me as hard as, you know, people say. I know you need breaks and stuff, but I'm gonna get better at just like in the middle of an every end stream being like, all right, dude, let's just like play Forest Temple or some shit, you know, to give myself a little mental break from this level. I like the shorts highlights, honestly. I'd keep doing them. I like the shorts highlights. For me, I think I want to keep my every end progress videos very concise. Like, Doggy's obviously a lot more in depth. Like, but I think for my progress video, I want to keep it like very short. Just kind of like, here's how I'm feeling, you know. Here's the best runs I had. Here's the goals, you know, etc. And then that's it. I think the new one, the first one I'm gonna make, which I'm gonna publish, I'm gonna work on soon. I'm gonna definitely have to go through a lot more details on that, because, you know, hey guys, remember when I said I wasn't gonna play Geometry Dash anymore? I'm back. And also there's definitely some like serious things I want to address for like my common viewers, not for the new viewers. Like some things that I need to, you know, work on in and outside of Geometry Dash. You got so lazy. I know, it's kind of hard. I'm gonna be real, because I need to clean out my storage, my captures folder. I got a lot of captures in there. And it's like, some of the streams I don't even record, I'll admit. There's some streams I don't even record because I'm just so lazy, you know? And it's like, dude, I don't think I'm gonna get a new best today. I'm just not gonna record. I should really not do that, honestly, just because you never know. Those are the runs that just make me want to quit, man. Like, really? We already got Blitzer today, though. We already did way better than yesterday. I felt like I went early there, so that's why I like waited for a frame. I know you could technically hold on that jump if you time it right, but I thought I went early. So I waited an extra like half second. Or the fact that I can't even talk about half seconds with jumps anymore is kind of crazy, bro. Has that ever settled for some of you? Or like that actually do frame perfects where it's like you can't be like, oh man, I had to wait a quarter of a second. It's like, nope, I had to wait a 60th of a second there. Like, bro. Like what the fuck have I gotten into? Where a half second is a long amount of time. I'm fucking trash at the staircase, man. What the hell is happening? I've never had problems with the staircase until now. Like, what are we doing, dude? Like, I've honestly been so like confident and comfortable with the staircase lately, even though I still died to it a few times. But it's like, today I've just like lost a few brain cells or something. Did I hit my head a little too hard when I, you know, walked on the bus earlier? Which, by the way, I did hit my head against the pole because the bus driver fucking drove away while I was still standing, motherfucker. Maybe I did lose a few brain cells. I was trying to walk to the back, you know, where there were open seats. Motherfucker started driving when I was walking up the stairs, hit my head against one of the poles. Fuck that dude. Impatient ass bus driver. Ew, that was so late. You know what? If I die at 48, I'll still be a happy man. If I tie with with pop off, I'll take it. You know what I hate doing? This is like a weird thing to hate, but on Mindcap's part. So the frame perfect right before the staircase, you know, the one that like you never die to. I hate when I do that jump super late because it makes the setup for the staircase a bit shorter, and that completely throws off my timings. Like for example, on that run, I did that last frame perfect really, really late. It's not like it's a skill issue. I'm not like being like, oh, that jump is so dumb. But whenever I do the frame perfect right before the Mindcap Staircase of Doom, the one that you literally like never die to. I'm pretty sure you've probably only died there like 2 times from 0. Like, I hate doing that jump late because it makes the staircase just slightly off rhythm for me. This one. Like, that time I did it hella early. I think my problem with the staircase right now is that I rely on doing it a very specific way. Like the timings the timings don't change, but like I have to do that jump before the staircase a very specific way for me to really just catch on to the rhythm, I think. Which, you know, is just a sign that I need to work on my improvisation skills. I'm just not good. I like, there are many times where it's like I could probably save a run or two if I was better at improving. The staircase, I think, is just bullshit, though. That's me, though. I know some people are way more consistent at it, but like, that staircase is just bullshit. It kind of makes sense because what like I'll run you through my what I do. So like when I do the staircase, right, the 4 jumps, the first one, you know, I feel like I kind of have that down as just you know, sometimes I hit it, sometimes I don't. I could care less. Second one, if I go too early, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna go too late on the third one. If I do the third one too late, I'm doing the fourth one too early. It's like there's a fucking weird ass pattern I have on messing them up. If I just don't do them the right way, I just can't do it. Which probably is why I'm so inconsistent at that part. I'm just gonna ban that dude, by the way. All he does is come in and say, hey, I gotta go. You want to know why I'm banning him though? Because there's someone that I used to know in like when I was younger and dumber, and I would join like these big servers. You know what I mean? I joined like these big servers and talk to people about. I think the one that I was in. There was one that I was in that I won't talk about the subject. It was a forbidden server, as I'll say. But there was another one I was in, and it was about Celeste, the game. And there was always this one dude. All he would do is he'd come into chat and be like, hey guys, I have to go to work. Hey guys, I have to go to work. Hey, I have to go to work. Like, he would just come into chat and want people to be like, good luck at work, you know? And it's like just, and it's like, if he was someone that conversed there all the time, it would make sense, you know? If it's like just a common viewer and he just says, hey guys, I have to go to work. Maybe he's just weird and likes that attention. But no, if you went through his message history, it was literally just him saying, hey guys, I have to go. Like, literally just attention farming. And it's like, dude, I'm just not even gonna deal with it. See, Kiruu, this is where we're different. You wouldn't have banned that guy, but I'm fucking banning him because it's like, dude, you're just kind of a sad, you know what? I'm gonna be mean. You're just a sad loser. All right, I'm gonna ban you, Kiruu. No, like the problem wasn't the fact that he had to go to work, obviously. The problem is that out of the 1,000 messages he sent in the server, 990 of them were him saying, hey guys, I have to leave. Like, dude, like respectfully, no one gives a fuck and no one who knows who you are. Like, I don't know why people do that. It's really weird. I mean, maybe you just didn't get a lot of attention when you're younger. I mean, as a middle child, I know how you feel, but you know, that's no excuse to act like that. You're just being kind of weird. It's like going up to a random person on the street saying like, can you call me a good boy? Like, that's just kind of weird, man. You're just coming into chat and you're just walking up to a random group of people and being like, hey guys, I have to leave. Like, okay, dude, we don't care. Go. But if he was like a friend, like if I did that to my friends, like if I walk up to my friends and I'd be like, hey dudes, I have to go to work. They'll be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But as like a joking manner. But when like, it's just a random ass group of people you're saying that to, what are you doing, man? One thing happened in Seattle. There are many things that happen in Seattle every day, so I don't know what you're specifically talking about. Dude, 5% is impossible today. There was 3 goth chicks and a dude. Is that what's cool in Seattle? Is that like, oh my god, guys, there were 4 people. Yeah, you know what? Let's do a hot take for this stream. I think goth chicks are a little overrated. You want to know why? Because 90% of them are not like how they're portrayed. 90% of them are assholes. That being said, the good ones are good, but there are a lot of stinkers. You get what I mean? You can disagree with me, but I think goth girls are a little overrated, man. Like, I feel like when we're talking about real life context of a goth girl, they're kind of dicks. I know I'm generalizing, so I'm no better than the people that say they're good, by the way. But you know, it's hot take Wednesday. I don't fucking know. Like, I remember talking to one, and it's like, she was really nice, but like, the qualities of being like gothy kind of implies they're dicks. You know what I mean? It kind of implies it. Like, they're very unemotional, which honestly is not a bad quality. And it's weird to say that, that it's not a bad quality. It's not overall a bad quality, but I do think that is something that my preference just doesn't lean towards. I like people who are expressive, you know, because I myself am not that expressive, so I enjoy it when people are. So I kind of like get that mental understanding of, hey, this person is very happy right now, because I struggle with reading emotions when I'm only given a face and no context, you know. But when people are expressive, I get an idea. I think the reason I don't like goth chicks is because the people that I've grown up around, or at least my interpretation of them, is that they're very gothy, as you know the name implies. They don't show a lot of emotion, which again, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but that's just like a quality that I don't find redeeming at all. Like, who wants to have a girlfriend that's just not emotional? I mean, you don't want an emotional breakdown, oh my god, the world's gonna end girlfriend, obviously, but I don't want one that's just gonna be like, yeah, that's cool. That's awesome, man. Like, no. And same applies for dudes, by the way. I'm not into dudes, but like, I don't like guys that are just non-expressive. Like, all my friends, I like that they have expression. Except for one of my friends, but the joke is that he's not expressive. Goth girls are complicated. They are. And I think that's another quality about them that I find very difficult. As someone who likes, I guess the best way to describe the things I'm into is I like the simple things, you know. I like when you know, you express your emotions, but not in an extreme manner, you know. I don't like it when you're overly emotional, but I don't like it when you're not emotional enough. If you keep the problems to yourself, I think that's very unhealthy. You know, but obviously there are some problems that you shouldn't share, you know, with others, but there are also some problems that you should share with others. to, you know, get it off your chest. Like, I don't know. I think that, and I know, by the way, when I'm referring to goth women, I'm also referring, like, when I'm referring to like just girls and emotions, it also applies to guys. You know, if you're gay or if you're a girl that likes dudes, you know, when people are just not emotional at all, I think that's a almost not a red flag, but it is a concern for me. Like, I don't want to call it like straight up, oh, you don't show emotions, I just don't like you. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, there's something going on. And, you know, I think if I want to switch into boyfriend mode, or, you know, if you're trying to riz someone up, it's important to kind of notice those things, I think. And I think when it comes to goth girls, when we're generalizing, by the way, we are not saying all of them are like this, but all the ones I've seen are very non-expressive about those things. Their problems are very internalized, which is just not something that I'm very into. You know, I like to talk about problems. I don't want people to keep the problems to themselves, especially if it's something that, you know, you can help with. I think that's just a very quality. But again, that's my opinion. If you love goth baddies, dude, they're like, go for it, man. Whatever. That's a second blitzer attempt. That does not happen often. I don't care. That's a frame perfect we died to. We're chilling, dude. We're chilling. That is 2 more blitzer attempts than I thought I'd get today. That jump is so fucking hard from 0, dude. I don't know why. Like, now I'm starting to feel it, Kiruu. I remember you said it. It's like 25 just impossible. I'm getting it now. Like that jump and the one after, obviously. Those jumps are fucking hard from 0, man. I don't know why. They're just hard from 0. Actually, I think 25, the second jump at 25 is a frame alignment thing. First one is just, that's a skill issue on my part. Really? 25 gets you. How many deaths do I have at 25 now? 7. $27, 25, and 20. Look, they already are, bro. Well, actually, do you see this number right here that's been absolutely bullying the shit out of me? 23%. 23% has been more brutal than those two. By the way, the thing that I died to the most here is the last jump in Left Unknown, and obviously the first like 3 in Blitzer have gotten me 15 times. 21% is just the beginning of the Left Unknown hard part. Yeah, 17, we don't talk about 17. 15, we don't talk about that. Staircase. Mind cap. Right here. Look at this fucking, isn't this fucking insane? We go from 108 death, 168 to 109 at 8%, then 300 and 240 at the beginning of Mind Cap, 21, 34, and then 9. It's literally just these two. It's just 9 and 10% are the things gatekeeping me. I'm telling you, I've said it before. If I get this 3% run here, Oh my God, my voice. If I get that 3% run consistent from 0, guys, it's fucking, I'm going to start fucking cooking. I'm going to be very overconfident here. I think if I can get past these 3 numbers right here consistently, I'm getting so many more blitzer attempts. Like, genuinely. Mind cap is the thing that is like holding me back right now. And obviously I die a lot to Penito, but I don't care about dying to Penito. Penito is only like, uh-oh, there goes 20 seconds, you know. Mind cap is there goes an entire minute. Well, 40 seconds, but still. Like 5%, I don't care anymore. 5% is just RNG for me. See, look, right there. Do you see that? Jumped super late on that frame perfect, died to the staircase. It always throws off my rhythm when I do that. Is it true that 1 to 20? First off, why 1 to 20? Just include 0 at that point. Just say 0. But it's 0 to 33 is the hardest part of the level. If you want to be very, kind of like what you did, if you want to be very restrictive, it would be 1 to 29%. But in reality, we just say 0 to 33 is the hardest part. It's chocked full of a bunch of really weird and hard jumps, you know. The rest of the level isn't that much easier, but it is definitely a step down from 0 to 33. Like, in my opinion, every end progressively gets easier. The exception is Starkey's part, 67 to 79. That is the one exception to like the ending being easy. He's the hardest 1% of the level. No, but like, do you get what I mean? Like, that's very nitpicky to just be like, oh, 1%. Like, just include 0, dude. Like, no one does that. Like when you talk about Bloodbath's hardest part or hardest like section, obviously it's Michigan, right? But everyone you include every part of Michigan's part. No one just excludes the first triples, you know. They just say it's Michigan's part. And yeah, the Michigan triples are fucking easy as hell, right? But we include them when we talk about the percentages because it's just the part. So saying 1 to 29 makes no sense. Just say 0 to 29. Yeah, Michigan doesn't suck. I think he's referring to Michigan's part in Bloodbath. Like, I think when he says Michigan sucks, he's referring to Michigan, the part in Bloodbath sucks. Which it does, by the way. It is very rough. Those UFO clicks of doom, bro, like, holy shit. When you first play Bloodbath, those fucking clicks are buns. But they get consistent. I'm so bad at this game, bro. I'm going so early today. The ball and the cube are easy. Calling the ball easy is just straight up wrong. It's pretty tough. Is it harder than the UFO? No, but like the only easy part of Michigan are the cube parts. The ball timings are rough, especially because of the ball hitbox. The problem with Michigan's part is that it really teaches you why the ball hitbox just fucking sucks ass. Why is it a square? All right, goodbye, Kiruu. I thought I caught the edge there. Like you said, Leo, I caught the edge on that jump and it fucking threw me off. UFO is the most inconsistent game mode and it's by a landslide. I think the UFO feels inconsistent because let's compare it to the ship, right? So the ship feels a lot more fluid. Your movements barely impact it unless you hold. Obviously, like if you tip, tap, tap, barely impacts it. Whereas UFO clicks are extremely impactful. Like if you click one frame too late, it will alter how you enter a portal. It'll alter the next orb. It's inconsistent because it really is that hard. You know what I mean? I've said it before, UFO is the most underutilized, extremely hard game mode. Like, everyone uses the ship and the wave, obviously, like, because they're fun. But the UFO is arguably just as hard as them. And it's because of what you said, CG, where it's like, it feels so inconsistent. That's because the clicks have to be done, like, extremely precisely to do a part, you know, that feels good. Especially when the UFO gets hard. Like, easy UFO parts, you know, even those suck, right? Have you ever done like an easy ass level with a UFO that's hella easy, but then you just clicked one time too much and it doesn't align you correctly and you die? It's because UFO is extremely particular. You know, with the ship, you don't have to be super particular with it. You just have to follow a route. You know, with the wave, you just follow a route. With the UFO, you have to follow a route, but that route is never laid out easily for you. You have to click a certain amount of times. You have to click a specific, you know, you have to click very specifically. I wish that the UFO was used more. Honestly, I like the UFO, but I can understand why you hate it. It is a very restrictive game mode in that you have to do it a certain way. But you know, how's that different from like a cube part that only has orbs? You have to do it a very particular way, you know? You have to do a cube part where there's only orbs very particularly. I'm not saying that's no different from the UFO, but like, you know, that's like UFO gameplay is just, I think, underutilized. But you know what? Who cares? Ship and wave are fun. I don't care if a level just spams more ship and more wave. I'm that one guy that thinks the UFO is a little underused. I'd love more UFO stuff. I think UFO is very satisfying to pull off. Orb spam also sucks. Okay, new hot topic for today. Orb spam doesn't suck. You guys just hate bad levels. The reason I say that is there are a lot of creators that love using orbs, right? Orbs are awesome. Who doesn't like using orbs? Orbs are cool. But a lot of those creators just use orbs in a very simplistic, unsynchronous manner. They just use a bunch of orbs. In my opinion, calling that orb spam, it is orb spam, but it's not that you don't like orb spam. You just don't like bad gameplay. And some people like to use orbs as a band-aid for like making gameplay more vertical, you know, because if your gameplay is just very horizontal, it's kind of bland looking, it's not dynamic. But you want to know a very easy band-aid for that? Add orbs so you can jump again in the air, so you can switch gravity in the air, so you can like use the green orbs and stuff. The problem is that like now when you say, oh, I hate orb spam, you see any level with a lot of orbs, you just say it's bad because it's orb spam, right? But no, it's not bad. It just uses a lot of orbs. Now, Orbit is the crown jewel of good orb spam. You know what I mean? Like saying you like Orbit is obviously makes sense. Orbit is just an amazing level, you know, regardless of it being orb spam. But I think the sentiment of saying orb spam sucks is very, you know, convoluted, because you just hate bad gameplay that uses orbs, you know, because it's very easy to use orbs in a very bad way, you know, very easy to do that. I think something, not just using orbs normally, no, but you see, you're probably more intelligent, but there are some people that say, I don't like orb spam when they see like 10 orbs back to back. And it's like, I think one thing to remember is that good orb gameplay doesn't just use orbs. You know what I mean? I think a good example is, who knows about the spider black orb tech, where if you're the spider, right, and if you press a black orb and you hold down, the moment you land, you teleport upwards. That is an awesome orb mechanic. Like, it's so simple, but it's such a cool mechanic, you know? And it's utilized a lot, obviously, but that is an example of using an orb in a good way, you know? Don't just put a yellow orb to make yourself go a little higher. There's many different ways to approach it. If you just use the orbs at face value, you get the shit like orb spam, where they just put a bunch of orbs that are very, you know, unmeaningful. There's many different ways to go about things. It's about the dynamics of it, you know. If you only use orbs, if you only use portals, if you only use jump pads, your level's gonna be very boring and, you know, linear feeling. So that's why I say orb spam isn't the problem, it's the bad gameplay, because, you know, you would never say jump pad spam or portal spam, but those are actual problems that people deal with. But your point is right, by the way. A lot of people just use orbs as a band-aid for, you know, non-dynamic gameplay. It really, you know, and I think be the good person. I'm not calling you this, CG. I'm just saying this in general. But be the good person and don't be that brain-rotted 13-year-old and be like, orb spam in the comments of someone trying to make a level. Like, just say, you know, there's a whole lot of orbs that don't do anything. That's the importance of it, is they need to understand that the problem isn't the fact that they're using a lot of orbs. The problem is that the orbs are meaningless. You know, what is the point of having two, you know, yellow orbs in a row when you could just make one of them like a jump instead? That makes the gameplay, even though the gameplay is the exact same, click, click, it feels more dynamic. You know, it's good to kind of mix and match, unless you're making a level like Orbit where it's like, no, fuck you, we're doing orb gameplay. Use orbs for sync in areas where syncing would either be impossible or very janky. That's a good way to use them. I use orbs just for, like, getting you off the ground. Obviously, it's a lot more complex than that, but I think, you know, orbs, I think, are very helpful to keep the player moving around. Because, like, let's say you're the cube, right? It's not really easy to make the cube move up and down without orbs, without just them holding or just clicking a bunch of times. But a blue orb with the cube, you can make the cube go up very high, you know? You could move around the cube a bit more, and it adds, as you said, CG, like the way you use it is very valid for syncing where it's almost impossible, or in a weird way, adding an extra little bit of difficulty. Like, you could replace a pad with an orb and instead force the user to add another click, only if it syncs. Make sure it's not just a random fuck ass orb that doesn't sync at all. I think orbs require a good amount of sync for them to be effective. They don't always need to sync though, like that's important. But orbs, I think, are very helpful for that extra clicking when you're not trying to stay grounded. You know, if you want your gameplay to be a little more up in the air, orbs are very helpful for that. Like, you don't want your level to just be a bunch of blocks. It's just say it's blue, bro. Like, respectfully, when you look at this, who fucking says cyan? There's no other blue colored orb. Just say blue. That's like saying, like I call this a pink orb, right? But I know some people say this is a purple orb. Yes, some people say purple, by the way. I say this is pink, this is purple, yellow. Oops, not that. This is yellow, red, green, black, dash. And then this is just the pink dash, you know? Like, why would you say cyan? That's just not right. Like, yeah, sure, it is actually cyan, but that's like using a scientific name for it. That's like calling it a canine instead of a dog. It's like, just call it a dog. You know what I mean? Like, you could be very complicated, like, oh, this is scarlet. Like, that's calling this a scarlet colored orb. Like, no, just call it red, bro. Or you could say this is a lime green. No, just call it green. You could call this a dark gray because it's technically not fully black. You know, just call it a black orb. Like, don't use the big names just for the sake of using the big name. Use the name that is easier for people to understand, because that shows you're more intelligent than using the bigger names, you know? Like, if I told someone, you know, oh yeah, I needed to upgrade my computer processor and my like computing processing unit. It's like, just say CPU. Or just say, like, you know, my processor. Like, you don't need to use the scientific names to sound smart. If anything, it kind of makes you sound dumber. Like, I told this to my little brother, by the way. He does that sometimes. But, like, just say the name that everyone knows. Using big words doesn't make you smarter. It just, though, like, technical words are supposed to be used for people who are technical, not for people who aren't. I know we're talking about colors here, but, like, not a single person calls this the cyan orb. We all call it the blue orb because it's simple and everyone knows what blue is. There are actually people out there that don't know what cyan is. Also, I'm going to go pee, and then we're going to take a little every end break. I'll get back to it, obviously, but we're going to, like, play a different level in the meantime. I'm back from the pisser. Okay, now you're just trying to be different by saying cyan. Like dead ass. You're just trying to be different. What random ass hard demon should we play today? Should I just play a 9 circles level? What's like a 9 circles level that's like a hard or medium demon? Oh, that's the Vibrant Jawbreaker. Oh, hey, Maeve. How's work treating you? Should I just play one of the temple levels? What the hell is this level? This is a 9 circles level. Ew. This is harder than I thought it was going to be, honestly. I thought it was going to be a lot easier than this for a medium demon. This feels like Paracosm Circle's difficulty. Which, you know, is pretty hard. For a medium demon. Oh, I don't like those slopes. Okay, remember to not hold there. I like that. I like the blue orb route better. This. And then boom, boom. This is kind of mid for a 9 circles level, I'm gonna be honest. The gameplay doesn't interest me as much as other circles levels. God damn it. Can't be falling for that fake, bro. I don't like that. Makes sense, though. Maybe I should do what Eric Van Wilderman did and just beat all the circles levels that aren't extremes. That unfortunately means I need to beat Crimson Clutter, which I really don't want to. Okay, remember just hold in the big portal. I hate 9 circles because they're so unbalanced. I think it depends per level, but I get what you mean. Some of the levels are really annoyingly balanced. Okay, let's just like actually fly, dude. Let's stop it. Let's drop down and like automate this. You're supposed to hit that. If you guys can't tell, I'm absolutely amazing at memory levels with how I can't even memorize a part that you could sight read. No. You're supposed to hit the orb! We haven't even gotten to the wave, bro. And the wave is the harder part of this level, dude. I can't wait to see how that goes. Dude, we almost had it. Struggling with the wave is crazy. Are you like mentally ill? Like, does beating Sakup in Hell immediately mean I'm like a wave carried god? No. It just means I'm good at going up and down in tight sections at the mini wave. Like, how have we gotten to the point now where like struggling on a demon level is considered like bad? Mind you, by the way, this is my first time playing this level today. It is also my first time playing this level ever. Damn it. Are you wave carried? Brother. Brother. You have watched me for one stream and you're watching me play a medium demon and asking if I'm wave carried. Because you go for hard levels, so you must be good at all game modes, even though you're doing a cube demon. Exactly. You see, guys, I got like a little bit of progress on every end, so how can I not first try Necropolis, am I right? You wanna know my favorite thing? Is that what made me lose just faith in the GD community is watching Doggy on his last stream. I don't know if it was last stream or the stream before, where he played Orbit and everyone was calling him washed for not being able to beat a top like 10 demon in like under 100 attempts. Like, bro, what have we come to? By that definition, anyone that plays a level that has a particular like style or game mode, if that's your hardest, then you are carried by something. You know what I mean? So like all of a sudden, guys, I went from timing carry to wave timing just because I beat Sakup in Hell. Even though the real people here, the real viewers actually know that I am a very wave challenged player. Wave is my worst game mode by far. Sure, I beat Sakup in Hell, but that does not mean I'm good at the wave. That just means I can beat Sakup in Hell. God damn it, dude. Maeve doesn't even know what the wave is, bro. Think about it. She has not played a level with the wave except for retry. The hardest wave she's done is retry. Okay, don't call her shit. She's a new player. Like, she's a brand new player. Of course she's not good. Doggy's so wave carried. His hardest is Acheron, by the way. With your logic, you know, with the logic you used on me earlier, shouldn't Doggy be like whatever Acheron had? Acheron has a lot of fucking bullshit timing, so why is he not timing carried to you? But then you're gonna be like, oh, but he's playing, you know, Grief. Well, I'm playing every end, so why am I not timing carried? Hey Chance, I'm gonna drop a truth nuke here. I don't care. I hate to be a dick here, but like all the things you're saying are just a load of hogwash. Like, no one cares, unfortunately. If you did do it, amazing, but like, I don't really care. Elite Burnus and Solar Flare in 2 months. Yeah, well, if you look at all my hardest levels before Sakup in Hell, they're either ship or timing based. So what's your logic? You assumed I'm a wave carried player because I beat Sakup in Hell and that's it. But you completely undermined the fact that almost all of my hardests before Sakup in Hell are timing based. And the current level I'm going for is every end a timing based level. How many attempts do you think it'll take for you to beat Death Moon? At least like 2 or 3. God damn it, I hit the slope. There's some cube carried. I don't think I'm cube carried, honestly. I mean, cube is my best game mode, but people tend to use the term carried when in reality it's like, in my case, I'm just the best at cube. I'm not cube carried though. I think I'm timing carried. Like, I can learn timings pretty quickly. It's just cube is the particular game mode that I'm better at than the others. I think a lot of people, like, to me, carried means like it's the only thing you're good at, but I'm not only good at the cube. However, I'm gonna still call myself that, so thank you, job application. Dude. Luckily, I don't really care about fucking dying to this. It's just a medium demon. Looking for timing levels. I'm just gonna go to I'm gonna find them myself, honestly. I've been struggling to, but you know, there's a lot of levels out there that I'm just gonna look myself. I think one thing in particular I want to get better at is high click per second levels or high CPS levels. Like, I don't know if you guys know any that are like medium demons, but I'd love to play some of those because I think my biggest like flaw is that I don't play any levels that have a really high CPS. Like, literally the highest CPS level I've probably ever played was Bloodbath. And that's just because it has ship in it. Like, Sock Open Hell does not have a high CPS. There we go. Bloodbath Wave does not have high CPS. Also, apparently I'm washed for taking 108 attempts on a medium demon. Pretty properly rated, honestly. I think medium demon fits that well. Should I try 9 circles 10 or 12? This looks like buns. I'm just not going to play that. I saw 2.0 and I'm like, nope. Let's see. Dash 2, Liberation, Sock Open Egg. Let's see what Sock Open Egg is like. I remember a lot of people were... Oh, apparently I've played it before. That's so weird, dude. This is so... Dude, I want to do it like the Sock Open Hell way. Like, this is weirding me out. Ew, what the fuck is that? Dude, like, you could see more playing Sock Open Hell than in this level. What the fuck was that, dude? It was kind of gross. Dude, I'm too used to Sock Open Hell. Like, I'm too used to Sock Open Hell gameplay that this looks weird to me. For some reason, the more spacious gaps are more concerning to me. What the fuck? What is this? I see why people like it though. It still has the sock up in hell vibes, you know. Is that what you're supposed to do? Am I supposed to like be the cube here? I don't know. Let's do one more practice run just so I could remember it. Why does it choose like this level has that weird problem that I talked about a while ago where it's like sometimes it decides to help you and sometimes it doesn't, and it's like why does it not like why is it not consistent with like it's gonna be a helpful with the transitions or it's gonna be unhelpful with them? By the way, I'm not saying that's bad, like per se. It's just something that I'm nitpicky about. Like, be it like in my opinion, pick a lane. Be a helpful demon level or be an evil one. You can't be both. See, ship adjustments and stuff, dude. You know that the whole like bro is built for extremes only. You want to know what they mean? Is that like in extreme demons, there's like common trends. Like with ship transitions, you don't normally get help on those in extreme demons. Like in extreme demons, they just say fuck you, bro. But like when I'm playing this level, it's like, wait, why are you helping me? Especially Sakup in Hell. Sakup in Hell is a big fuck you, bro. It's annoying when a level has jump indicators half the time. Exactly, bro. Like, just be consistent with how helpful you want to be as like a level. Like, do you want to be a helpful, nice level, or do you want to be a dick of a level? You know, pick a lane. I don't want to play this level, but I'm going to anyways. This level's really inconsistent with how helpful it is, you know. I think one thing that one trend that I've hated is the whole like, you know, super help you. Like the ship parts where it's like, you know, they have the invisible blocks that like straighten you out. It's like, no, let me straighten myself out. Like that feels better than having like to deal with the invisible blocks, in my opinion. Because I think learning how to straighten yourself out is more helpful than a level doing it for you. It actually teaches you more. Dude, I hate that part. It's such a nothing duel, bro. Like, anyone that's played this level, that duel's so fucking lame. It's just click one time. I died to it, like, skill issue, duh. But, like, it's so lame. See, like, stop! You see what I mean there? Like, that stupid platform, that, like, that is the most, first off, look at how open this is. Like, why is that platform even here? This is a medium demon, and look at how big this gap is. What is the point of this? It actually screws you over more. Like, am I tripping balls, or is that actually worse to do? I know I'm not a player that like would have this as my new hardest. You know, I know there are people that probably struggle a bit more, but like, I still think that's one of the stupidest decisions ever. Like, the most, like, the help that actually makes it worse. Like, in your mind, it's like, oh, it's helpful. You see the platforms there. It makes the ship easier. It actually doesn't, you know? Maybe that's because I'm biased, because, you know, back then we didn't have that luxury. Like, back then, fucking ship transitions were terrible. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, just look at ICDX and like any other like 1.9 old ass level. Like, you didn't get a lot of help in those. They just said, fuck you, dude, do it. I'm being an onk right now, I can tell. You new gens have the luxury of the level playing itself for you. Nah, I'm kidding. I just don't like it, man. I think it's not very good at teaching you some like things that you need to know in the future. Because I know a lot of people play this level as like one of their new hardests, because this is considered like, I think, a semi-hard medium demon. Or maybe it's on the easier side, I don't know. But like, I think for the more influential popular levels, I wish they had the things that like help you get better as a player. It's like, this level, is it gonna make you a bit better at the wave? Yeah, but like some of these transitions are just like, why the fuck are you helping me out with them? Like, what happened to just be like, fuck you, dude, figure out the transition? You know what I mean? This level is really fun, though, I'll admit. Even though I'm bitching and moaning about it, this level's really fun. I can see why people like it. It has that perfect Sock Hoop in Hell vibe while not being like bullshit. But I think that takes away from Sock Hoop in Hell a little bit. Sock Hoop in Hell is bullshit to play. And in a weird way, that's what I like about it. See, like, again, why is there an invisible block there? Like, it's a medium demon. It's a fucking medium demon. This is not baby's first steps. Oh, you don't know how to fly your ship? Here, let me fly it for you. Like, am I going crazy? Any level creators out there, am I going crazy for saying this? Am I just like out of it? Am I just like, is this like a shut up grandpa moment, or is this like a Gramps is onto something? Because that shit sucks. Like, stop doing that. Unless it's a bullshit transition, which is very obvious, by the way, don't baby it. Don't make those transitions baby mode. Like, it's fucking dumb. Let me hold the button in the portal. It's not even hard to do. It's not hard. Like, why did you put a block there? Anyone can just hold the button. But for some stupid ass reason, you put a block there that made it so that transition's actually worse than if you didn't put it there. The transition, no, but it made it more janky. Or the transition help off it. Oh yeah, what you said, sorry, I misread it because I read too fast and I'm stupid. But yeah, what you said. Where it's like, it makes it feel more janky because it's like, there's no indicator there. Like, why the fuck is it there? Why are you forcing me to remember where an invisible block is? Also, I just realized you're not even supposed to press that yellow orb this whole time. Like, this part is literally just, like, I haven't even been doing the ball part correctly. That's why I liked Sock Hoop in Hell so much, dude. Sock Hoop in Hell taught me so much that, like, about extreme demons. It's like, extreme demons don't fucking care about you. You're gonna go through a transition, you're gonna say it's bullshit, and the extreme demon's gonna be like, nah, bro, skill issue. And it's also why people look at, you know, some other levels with really like janky looking transitions. And yes, they are, by the way. Sometimes, you know, not doing anything can be jankier than actually helping you out. But like, I think that's an example of like, it just makes it feel worse with all these invisible blocks and shit. Especially like, they're invisible too. Like, just make them visible. If you're gonna affect the gameplay that much, make the block visible. Like, put an actual block there so I know, oh, there's a, you know, there's a ball, there's a little block there, so I have a little time to, you know, relax. But nope, there's nothing. It's just invisible. Like, it literally makes no sense to me. I am not some like godsend creator, by the way. I'm not like some like Giga Chad, hey guys, I have like 5 creator points. But like, man, it really irks me seeing how some people design these levels. Like, it's so just bad. It's such like, what in your mind made you think that was a good idea? You know what I mean? Obviously that applies to a lot of old levels too. This is not modern levels. There are some modern levels where, or old levels where it's like, what the fuck were they doing, bro? But like in some of these modern levels especially, it's like, have we not learned? Are we just stagnating right now when it comes to like gameplay? Decoration's gotten better, but I feel like gameplay hasn't gotten that much better. It literally, like, I wouldn't be complaining if there was a structure there. Like, if I saw a structure and I died to that, I'd be like, fuck, dude, I need to remember the weight, you know? I would be like, that was my fault. But that doesn't feel like my fault because it wasn't my fault. It's the level's fault for putting invisible block there. I preached about this already, where it's like, when you make a death, when a death happens in your level, you should try your best to make every single one of them make it feel like the player's fault, not be the player's fault. Every death is the player's fault, but it needs to feel like it's the player's fault. Or you get deaths like that I had, that I'm frustrated at right now, because it didn't feel like my fault, because there's an invisible block apparently that I just needed to remember. Like, it's so just, oh man. And I'm all day, I need to go back to every end after this because I've been sidetracked for a little while. But hey, I don't play enough demon levels. So I think this is a good like break to have. And also I'm not good at the wave, so this is helpful for me. See, like here's what, like, a good example there. They gave me no help on that UFO transition, right? But why are you giving me like 50 blocks? You know, you're cooking me dinner for that one ship transition. Like, pick a lane. Help me or don't. Don't do both, because it just makes it confusing and stupider. Like, see, I'm okay with them not helping me out there, because if I don't click, it's like, bro, you should have just seen it coming. The ship transition, oh, yeah, dude, you should have seen the invisible blocks that you can't see. Come on, man. All right, let's not fucking choke this ending. Oh, but there's no invisible block there to help you if you hold. See, what are you thinking? Nah, that's just copium, by the way. Nothing to complain about there. I just choked it. Oh, but you don't want to help me there. Like, really? Back then you gave me 10,000 years to wait on that part. No jump pad here. But hey, let's go back a bit, right? Let's play some other parts here. Oh, you're not gonna make me jump here. Like, I don't fucking get it. Look at, they help you in that transition, right? They don't help me in the next one, but then they help me in the last one. Like, you made the level worse by being so inconsistent with when you're gonna help me with transitions or not. Because I don't know whether I should wait like this. Like, for example, look, they're helping me here. Why? Why are you helping me there? Those inputs are so easy. But then look, no help here when I switch between the different fucking portals. No help in the ball part, no help in anything else. But yep, you see guys, you're playing a medium demon. You're too much of a baby to understand that you're supposed to just click in a 20,000 block corridor. Like, come on guys, you're stupid. You can't do that. That's what this level's telling me by putting those stupid ass helpful portals. And they're not helpful! I'm disliking this level. Just kidding, I'm not. Wow, you're stupid. According to Sawcoop and Egg, everyone, you're too stupid to go through a gap this small. You're too stupid, everyone. You can't, you got, you can't go through a gap that you can't see. Oh, you're a little baby. You're playing a medium demon. You're too stupid for that. So let me help you out here. Oh, but this next part where you don't know what you're supposed to do? Yeah, I'm not gonna help you there. You fucking dumbass, stupid level. See, no help on the mini wave though. Doesn't make sense. No help on this transition, but guess what? When I turn mini, oh, you need so much help here, guys. Look at how much help you need. Oh my God, without that help, I think I would have blew my brains out. Thank God they got rid of the jank in this level by making it more janky. I'm also just fucking sucking ass at the end of this level. In any case, I'd argue, in case of Ed is annoying. Easy demon. This is a medium demon, bro. Fucking dumbass shit, dude. Like, I feel bad for the players that play this. This level probably makes you feel so stupid. Oh man, how did I die to that ship transition? Don't worry, buddy. It's not your fault. It's the invisible fucking blocks. Did we not learn from 2.0 that invisible blocks fucking suck unless they're auto? No, in no way does invisible blocks affect your gameplay. Is that fun? It's not fun! Okay, let's start this. Let's start. See, look, guys, I'm too much of a baby to fly through a gap this big in a medium demon. It's too hard, guys. We're all too stupid. We're all stupid people. Guys, Sawcoop and Egg thinks you're dumb and you're brain dead and you can't do a gap this small. So let's be nice and let's put this many invisible blocks. What the fuck? You do not need this. No one needs this to do a big. Look at how big this gap is. This isn't a straight fly. This isn't fucking anything. Look at this. Look at how big the gap. All of you can do this. This is fucking easy as shit. This is ridiculous. You do not need that much adjustment. That is so fucking dumb. I know I suck at this level, but still. Oh, but look, no help here. They're not gonna help you here though. They're gonna make you time that orb because they're evil as shit. Whoever created this level, you are an evil person, and I'm angry at you because I suck at your level. And it's your fault that I suck at this level. It's not my fault I suck at the level. It's obviously the creator's fault. See, this is the right mindset you guys need to have. It's never your fault, it's the creator's fault. Everyone blames Zixtrio. It's his fault. He creates levels, by the way. He is causing this. It's Zixtrio's fault. Everyone blame him. He's the mastermind behind all this. I'm gonna die at 99%, by the way, watch. It's your fault. You create levels. You're one of them, aren't you? You probably sit there in your lab creating levels. You're like, how can I make this non-janky transition as janky as possible? Is that what they do? Is that what you guys do as level creators? Like, this transition is actually really nice and totally fine without anything. How can I make it so much worse? And it goes the other way too. When like they look at a shitty ass transition with no help and they're like, yeah, let's just keep it that way. Is that what you guys do? Is that what you guys think of? You guys are like the best decorators in the world. Like, how can I make the shittiest gameplay known to man? Hey guys, I noticed my level was a little too fun, so let me just add some bullshit ass invisible blocks that. Oh no, I'm helping you. Trust me, I'm helping you guys. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry, guys. I'm gonna kill someone. You know what that's equivalent to? I just realized. Having invisible blocks adjust you during gameplay is literally the equivalent of a blind jump. And for some reason, people think it's okay. It's not. It's not okay. It's not okay. I'm tired of acting like it is okay. I don't want your fucking help. Mr. Level Creator, let the player deal with it. It's like, has anyone ever played the level Buff This, the Insane Demon? Fucking, I hate that level so much. Like, there's so many random ass times it decides, hey, straight flying's a little too hard for you now. Let me fix it. And it's like, no, it's a straight fly level. Let me straight fly. Oh, it's not the level's fault, dude. I just fucking suck at this game. I called it, dude. I said, watch, I'm gonna fucking die there. And I did! I'd rather play Sock Open Hell than this. I'm dead ass. I'd rather play Sock Open Hell. Sorry, that's how I feel. Because apparently I need to be helped so fucking much in this level. I'm stupid and dumb, and I don't know how to play the wave. Even though I'm dying to the non-fucking wave parts. But there's no slope there because apparently we're too stupid to do a mini straight fly in a 4-block large section. But you could do this, guys. You could do this so easy. But I need to put 17 blocks to help you with a gap that's 5 blocks tall. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe I'm not built to be a level creator. Maybe I'm not built to be. No, you can't hold. You can't hold there. Plus or minus. I would have loved to, but you can't. This level is hell. This is harder than every end, everyone. This is the fucking worst, most stupid level ever. I don't understand why anyone likes this level. This is dumb and I hate it. Isn't this literally just the club step remakes? Oh wait, I think this level's gonna piss me the fuck off. Let's see. I am here to assume this level's supposed to look better than it actually is, by the way. It's just because I'm on low detail mode. Oh no. Oh my fucking god. Dude, I forgot how to play club step. This part's low-key easier. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Oh, see, I was supposed to know those were spikes, by the way. Fucking no visual clarity, bro. Fuck you. Stupid level. If I, as a 60-year-old Jump Dash player, can't understand these things, I'm gonna be mad. Ew, those look gross on low detail. I never liked going for the third coin anyways. Map step is trash. It looks like trash with all the fucking stupid moving objects and bullshit. See guys, moving objects means it's a good level, right? Wait, why don't you like it? Aren't you supposed to like the level instantly because there's moving objects? Waiter, more moving effects. I can almost see what I'm supposed to do. It's literally just club step, dude. It's literally just club step. I just first tried it, dude. It took me 20 attempts to beat map step. It's literally just club step. Is this one good at all? Or am I gonna cry? Am I gonna regret this? Awesome. What the fuck is this? This looks gross. Also, if one of my mods wants to, you can change the title to me just grinding demons at this point. I'm definitely enjoying this a little more than every end right now. What's easier to do here? Just up, down? No, I'm gonna do my usual strat. Damn, I can't believe I did that. Oh my god, 70 to 100! Put that in the title, put that in the title! I'm kidding. That works. Can I do drop to 100? It might take me longer on this one because it has a lot of the switching gravity stuff that I'm not good at. Dude, that part is just so weird. That part I'm just sucking balls on. Maybe I'm crazy, but I really don't like that. This part right here, this part is buns. So is that. Like, what the fuck is that? Why aren't they diamonds? Fuck. See, like, there's those gravity shenanigans are definitely gonna kill me. They're not like unfair, it's just stuff that I'm not used to, you know? I'm not really good at that. Because obviously I'm not good at the wave. Well, 40 to 100, put that in the title, put that in the title. Nah, I'm just being a dick. You can ignore me there. I'm being a dick because I remember seeing I remember seeing a title on a stream. And it was someone saying like 9 circles, you know, jump from B, which by the way isn't really a jump, but you know, still. It was like jump from B, and then the title said 15%. It's like, I know I did that for every end, so I can't really talk shit, honestly. But like, I don't know, I thought it was funny. Because it was like, it was a very similar title to what I use, except it was like B. Not, it's like B to 9 circles. No, you're not supposed to press the orb. Zixtrio, you should have told me that. It's your fault. Zixtrio, you should have told me not to press that orb, but you didn't. Like, dude, you're supposed to be helping me here, man. Or you know what this level has a distinct lack of? Just invisible blocks that are supposed to quote-unquote help me. Like, where are the invisible blocks that are making this extremely janky? Come on. That transition is butt cheeks, by the way. Because you can't hold, by the way. Like, you can't just hold the moment you get into the port. You have to wait like a tiny bit. New best, update the title. Why did I hold there? Why didn't you tell me to click there, Zixtrio? And I don't know why I really want to press that pink orb. Like here, I don't know why I really want to press that pink orb. Dude, nerf the pre-drop, it's crazy hard. Dude, it's buggy! See, that's where an invisible block would be awesome, right? You know, to fix bugs, not to make the gameplay shittier. Suck up an egg. I can't believe I have fucking beef with a level called Suck Up an Egg, dude. That's how I feel about that death. What the fuck was I doing there? Dude, that is so poopy. It's Zixtrio's fault, dude. Because he's a level creator. No, you're gonna hear me groan, buddy. That's what you signed up for by watching the stream. Telling me to be quiet on my own stream. You must have bad parents? What are you talking about? This level's fucking impossible, dude. This is harder than, like, Sonic Wave or some shit. Oh, my bad. Stupid level alert. Someone calls Zixtrio. He might like this one, because he likes City Fade. Bro, I did not hold for that long. What is the game talking about? What is the big Robert talking about with that click? Dude! For every 10 city phase, there's one lover sadness. Exactly. We need to shift the dynamic. More lover sadness. I should fucking lock in that level, dude. Maybe next stream. Maybe next stream I'll do Lover Sadness. Also, Maeve, I have a new bot. It's called Nightbot. I did not make it. Obviously, it's just a popular like streaming bot. You can change the title with the exclamation point title command. Brother in poopy poop fuck. Sorry guys, I can't cuss in my streams anymore because one person said please don't cuss. Not in this stream. In a stream a while ago. There we go. You think we should do a hard demon? Can we do a hard demon today? My question is, what fucking hard demon? I could do a temple level. What are the temple levels? I hated this level. Let's not play that. And one that I haven't played. There's some that I've definitely played before. I want to go into it raw, you know. Yeah, fuck it. Let's try Water Temple. Let's see how this is. What the fuck is this level, bro? Oh, can I just... Okay, you can like hold, do the first two jumps. Dude, this level is... What the fuck is this? This is impossible. I love old levels, bro. Like, what the fuck is this bullshit, bro? What the fuck is this gameplay? This level might be too ass for me to enjoy. Oh, you're right. What the heck? What the freaking heck is this level, bro? Alright, one more practice run. My rule of thumb is always do 2 practice runs, and if the second one goes terribly, you got more work to do. The first one is to just play the level, the second one is to learn it. Or to remember it. You have to fucking time those like 2 fucking, that's so weird, dude. So once you go into this 1, 2, or I'm not doing that swag route to try to look cool. I genuinely think that's easier to do. You're in a pissy mood now? Okay, bye-bye. Oh, you're trying to edit lives? Oh, no, never mind. I see what you mean by that earlier. Do you need to talk? Maeve, I can talk if you need to talk. Okay, so you can't hold on the second one, but you can hold on the first one. I didn't press again. God damn it. That's the only hard jump in that part, I think. It's just the first one, or technically the second one. Okay, I forgot to jump at the end there. I blame Zixtrio for that one, though. Because Zixtrio didn't tell me what to do. Dude, why is that jump impossible? I didn't drop it. I am just having fun playing other levels right now. I got 2 blitzer attempts today, which is crazy good. I don't know why I picked Water Temple, but we're playing Water Temple. I think Desert Temple kind of sucked. Dude, I need to like fucking double click that. I need to start using my other hand. I forgot to jump. Dude, that's fucking stupid. Do I need to use a fucking visual indicator for that? There's no way I need to. Or can I just, should I just mash? Mashing should work, right? I'm going back in practice mode, bro. I don't care. It's a hard demon. I don't care if I struggle on a hard demon. Anyone that's like, how are you struggling on a hard demon? Their hardest is probably Future Funk or some shit. Or they like City Fade. You know, that's even bigger insult that they won't understand. Like, you know what? I'm gonna start using that as an insult now. If someone like really pisses me off, I'm like, you know what? You probably like City Fade. You don't have to click? Nope, you do. I think if I hit this really late though, I won't have to. I'm gonna steal that strat now. Like that is something I could learn from every end. Taking the shortcut. Instead of learning timings, just take instead of learning multiple timings, just take a shortcut, dude. So you don't have to do it. There's a lot of jumps like that in every end where it's like, hey, instead of doing 2 hard timings, just do 1. A worthy sacrifice. Make your life harder for only 1 jump instead of 2. Now that part's gonna suck ass though. I don't know why this duel is just buns. City Fade and good in the same sentence. Oh, you're such a funny person, Zixtria. I don't know why I said person like you weren't one. Like, oh, you're such a funny person. Dude, why am I so fucking bad at that UFO now? But I need a different click pattern for it then. Just in case you forgot. I know you can forget sometimes. I like that click pattern a lot more. Should I do Can't Electromen Go? Let's do that. And then I'm gonna go pee. I'm back. I'm gonna turn off my video camera device. You guys don't need me to see my Sayo. You guys know I'm playing. Right? You can trust me. This is the fucking garbage ass remix, bro. Yeah, I'm glad I died. I don't want to use this anymore. I need to use the piano remix because it's copyrighted, bro. What's the point of a piano? I have no idea, bro. And like they literally just made it a worse sounding piano. Where's the Can't Let Go saxophone remix, am I right? God fucking damn it, dude. This part's impossible. Should I do it the actual way you're supposed to, where you go down and up? Or should I keep doing it the dumb way? No, I'm gonna do another practice mode run. This is a reassurance practice mode run. Just to reassure that I know how to play this level. Fine, I'll play it the dumb Lays Kitty way. I'll call it the Lays Kitty way. Down and up and down. What is it? Down. Yeah, down, up, down, up, down, up. I'm gonna watch the top guy. I care more about the top guy. Down, and up, and oops. Up, down, up. Oh my god, guys, 35 to 100. Quick, add it to the title. Level's actually not that bad, I'm gonna be honest. I was expecting a lot worse. Obviously, there's a bunch of blind jumps and blind orbs. But you know what? I think all things considered, it's whatever. I think, you know, it's obviously a historic level. You know, I'm not coming in here expecting absolutely a beautiful looking level. Kind of looks exactly what I thought it would look like for a Michigan Temple level. Did you guys know you could buffer orbs that much in advance? I didn't know that. I knew you could buffer orbs, but I didn't know you could buffer them like that much in advance. Yeah, I went way too high on that. That UFO part's gonna be the annoying part I can tell. Damn it. Bro, come on, I could do the ship. Boom. The ending is really easy. This is a 9 circles level, isn't it? Damn, why is this drop kind of hard? Watch, the wave's gonna be like the most insane shit I've ever seen. It's gonna be barely visible, actually. Oh my god, bro. Oh, this like releases a lot easier than I thought. What the hell? Dude, the non-wave parts are so fucking insane. Dude. Okay, so like then you straight wave until the arrow. Let's go back here. So you go up, straight wave, and then an arrow. Is there another drop, bro? What the hell? The fuck is this level that I found, bro? Maybe I gotta play this level, dude. This is like, seems like a pretty solid hard demon that actually feels hard demon difficulty. Like, what the fuck is this part, dude? Like, this is gross, like, for a hard demon. Look, let's just do this until we get, like... I think the beginning of this wave is actually really easy. I just need to remember to fucking... when to hold and release, you know. That part is so baloney, though. Like, you see that? Like why? Like, there's literally barely anything you can go off of, like, to do that part. I guess there's, like, a little bit of an indicator there that I can see. Dude, why am I just so... Yeah, where's that motherfucker that said I'm wave carried, by the way? I wish I was, bro. Bro, old level, like, memory is so buns. Like, how was I supposed to know that? Nope. You're just supposed to. Yeah. I mean, that's just most 9 Circles levels. But the thing is with, like, other 9 Circles levels, like, the fakes are a little more obvious. Like, I don't know how much of you know that, but, like, the fakes are so much more obvious in, like, other 9 Circles levels, and this one is, like, fucking impossible to tell. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it is. You just have to, like, memorize. Like, see? Like... That makes no sense, bro. Like without show hitboxes, dude, this part would be fucking impossible. And that's just the first drop. And then what the fuck is that transition to? Yeah, I'm not gonna play that. I'd rather play a level that's fun. Like Deadly Club Step. Come on, I'm trying to remember if there's like this one demon. There's like a demon that I'm like looking for, but I forgot what it's called. It's a hard demon. But I don't know what it's called. I can't even really describe it to you. Hold on, actually. I may have saved the reel. I may have saved the video that told me to try out a level. I want to see if it's good or not. Scissors? Let's see. Whoa. Why is the other guy going through it? This is a pretty cool level so far. I'm liking these duels. I'm definitely struggling with this ship duel. You have to tap there? Okay. Oh, I see. Dude, this is so hard to do in practice mode. Oh. I think the cube is supposed to go up there. Because... Am I not meant to be upside down here? Like, what the hell? Oh, wait, the wave's supposed to be down there? Okay, this is not making any sense right now. You're supposed to buffer that? Dude, that's fucking weird. So far, I like it. I like the dual bullshit. That timing is ridiculous. Unless I need to go way earlier on that blue orb, which is what it looks like. Or maybe later on that blue orb, actually. Dude, why is this... Why is that fucking timing impossible? Two, three, four. This is only a hard demon, which I think is crazier, by the way. This is a hard demon. I mean, I'm just not that good at duel, so maybe it is like a lot easier. It just takes a long time to learn. This is a really short level, to be fair. What helps me the most with duels like this that involve the ship, 90% of the time, you want to look at the ship, by the way. Like, I think what helps me so much with duels that involve the ship is that 99% of the time, the ship is going to dictate what you're supposed to do. There's going to be like 1 or 2 clicks that you have to pay attention to on the lower end, though. Dude, my brain is struggling so hard on this. I love duels though. But like I guarantee this is gonna be satisfying as shit once I learn it, but like my brain cannot wrap around these timings. Like I don't know a good time to release on that ship. Like that works. You know, I'm hella locked on this shit, dude. I'm glad I found this level on Instagram Reels, dude. This level feels fire. It also is probably going to give me some more ideas for like the duel that I'm going to be working on in my collab. Why do you keep finding pink levels on Reels? I don't know, bro. My For You page has been cooking when it comes to GD. Like, dude, this is fucking awesome. It kind of reminds me of the ball part I built at the end of my collab, but Obviously, this one's way better and more refined than mine. All you find on Instagram is racism? Don't worry, me too. You're not alone on that. After sifting through all the racism reels, I get like random ass, like someone beating this level, and I'm like, dude, this fucking awesome. The only part that sucks, I think, is that input. But then I think I need to remember that I can be a little more, like, I have a lot more leeway on that jump than I think. Let me. I mean, I could just do... Yeah, I could do that. That makes that much easier. All right, can we do the first? Can we just do the duel to 30%? Dude, that's so fucking awesome. Like genuinely, that felt so good. That was fucking sick. God, now I gotta learn the second half. Oh my god, dude, duel's so awesome. The best duels are the ones that make it feel like you're playing two-player, but like, you know, you're obviously just doing duel. This part's so awkward. All right, now that I got rid of Indra, let me tell you guys why I was ignoring him. This is a person that constantly tries to attention bait me. I haven't banned them in a while because, you know, I'm fucking stupid and I just decided to now. But all they do, like, he raged so much it was hilarious. Yeah, fucking saw Copenhagen egg, like, cooked me. But that Indra person, so when I first beat Bloodbath, right? They, by the way, what they said was true. They were around during my Bloodbath streams. They claimed to beat Bloodbath. They did not. You want to know the hilarious part? If you watched their video that they posted, it's deleted now, but they posted a video of them beating Bloodbath. The most hilarious thing ever. It's super low quality video, whatever, you know, but they had the cheat indicator on in the top left and it was red. Like they said, oh my God, look, I beat Bloodbath. They posted a video with the cheat indicator enabled and it was red, which by the way means you're using something illegal, whether that's a macro or a no clip or whatever. Yeah. And now look, they're claiming to be like a slaughterhouse player, which they haven't even beaten Bloodbath, by the way. They literally cheated on Bloodbath. Like, I don't know. That engine, and like they've been around for a while, but like you could see they try to attention bait me with like random ass bullshit. Like they'll say stuff like, I think Shardscape should be top 20 or like top 50. Like they're very, look, I'm gonna roast them now, and I'm sorry that I'm gonna be the asshole here, but they're like 0 IQ player. Also, if you look at their most recent stream, it's them beating ICDX and Acu. Look, I'm not disrespecting them for saying they're, I'm not saying you're bad. If, oh, look at you, you've only beaten insert level here. That's not the point. The point is they're an attention whore. You know? And it's gotten to the point where I just didn't really ban them because, you know, they didn't really break any rules, but now it's just gotten to the point where it's like I'm tired of them. Because every time they come in the chat, it's always the same thing. Hey guys, I was around during the Bloodbath stream. You know, like all that dumb shit. And it's like they were never around when I stopped playing Geometry Dash, you know what I mean? But they're trying to act like there's some like crazy Jade supporter, and it's like you obviously didn't have to watch me when I stopped playing Geometry Dash for a while. Like, that's not the problem. The problem is that, like, you know, you can't be tooting your horn like you're some Jade fanatic when you didn't care about me when I stopped playing Geometry Dash, and now all of a sudden you're starting to care. You know what I mean? Like, for example, Zixtrio, you were around, I think, before my GD phase. You were around it before I quit that first time, but like you never fully left. You were around, maybe not as much when I wasn't playing Geometry Dash. Actually, I think you were around a decent amount. Like you and Lays and Foxy, you know, you actually stuck around. So like you guys are the real Jade fans in my eyes. I know, my corny ass being like, oh, you guys are true Jade fans. But like, that's what I mean. I'm tired of people being like, no, look, I'm like one of your biggest supporters. And it's like, just because you were around in the past doesn't mean you are my biggest supporter. Like, you were not around when I stopped playing Geometry Dash. And again, the problem is that, oh, you have to watch me when I'm not playing Geometry Dash. The problem is you can't call yourself like a huge Jade fan. It's stupid saying that because I don't feel like that's something a title that I've earned yet, because I don't think I'm a big enough channel to be like, yeah, I have like a huge fan base. My fan base is like the same 3 people that stop by. Same, hey, awesome 3 people though, you know? I'll take it. I don't know. I'm just yapping right now. Like, I was really tired of their bullshit. Especially with the whole, like, they were literally doing, like, rage bait type opinions. Like, they genuinely think Shardscape should be a list demon. Not extended list, by the way, a list demon. They were saying every end shouldn't be on the list. It's like, how brain dead can some people are. Like, it's so annoying, dude. I get rage baited. Do I get rage baited too easily? I definitely do. I get rage baited so easily, and I need to work on that. But like, man, some people, it's just like, how dumb and sad of a person you have to be a cheater in Geometry Dash, but also have takes that are so egregiously bad that even the biggest every end haters would disagree with you. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're an every end hater, you can admit it's harder than Shardscapes. Now, I'm not going to be like, oh, where should it be on the list then? You know, because we could have that discussion. But like, when you have like literally no knowledge of like difficulty, that's when I'm like, dude, I just don't want to talk to you, because you're going to keep acting like you do know what you're talking about, but you don't. And I know there's a lot of you here that are smart. You know, I know Zixtrio, you're a very good creator. You know, CG Bang, I know you're around during kiruu streams, and I'm pretty sure you're a good player. If I'm remembering correctly, I'm pretty sure you're a solid player. You're not like some, you know, you seem to know what you're doing, obviously, which is good. I think it's just that he lacked humility. You know, it's okay to be someone that's hardest is like Accu or 9 Circles. I was at a point where my hardest was Dance Massacre, bro. I think, you know, if you can't handle not being good at a game, I don't think you can handle talking about the game either. You know what I mean? Like, I enjoy having I enjoy having conversations about every end when people like even if your hardest is 9 Circles, we can talk about every end. That's not the problem. The problem is when you think you know ball. You know what I mean? You think you know everything, but you truly just don't. I think I had to get like a slap in the face from my stepdad to really understand that, you know. I know exactly like that feeling, you know, where it's like, I remember one time my car was getting towed because it broke down, right? And the tow truck driver, I felt like he was doing something wrong. You know, it's like, hey, the car's a little low. And then my stepdad like pulled me to the side and he's like, you don't know how to tow a car. This guy knows how to tow a car. Let him do his job. You know what I mean? It sounds so simple, but some people don't really grasp that. It's like, sometimes you just don't know, and that's okay. You know, you could choose to just not know, or you could choose to learn. But it's not good to act like you do know when you don't know, you know, because then you're just going to sound really stupid. Hence, what he was trying to say. Shardscapes should be a list demon because robot's really hard. It's like, well, no shit, robot's hard, but that's not list demon. You know what I mean? God damn it. You can tell you every end is a hard level. Can't say how hard, you just know it's hard. But like, that's totally fine. It's okay to not know. Like, I think that's something that I like to discuss with people, is when we both really don't know, or maybe one of us knows. Like, for example, I know fucking nothing about Accu, but people can tell me Accu's pretty weirdly balanced. Like, I learned a lot about Accu because I've never played Accu. I'm not going to sit here and be like, dude, Accu, yeah, that level's so hard. Like, I've never played it. Now, I'll give like opinions, but I'll also state like, hey, I've never played the level, you know? Like, I think Orbit is probably around a top 10, but I've never played Orbit. So, you know, if Orbit gets placed 20th, then that was just me making a terrible guess. This duel is so hard. Yeah, I believe Accu, it's from what I've seen. I said it was overrated, but honestly, I'm going to take that back. I feel like it's not overrated. To me, it's just like, it's just modern level. To me, it's modern level slop. To normal people, it's just a cool level. Like, I'm a fucking like long time GD player, and obviously I'm like against this whole, you know, I'm like Lightning McQueen, bro. I'm fading. You know, like, I just can't do new levels. I'm so bad at them because, you know, like new like the difficulty curve has shifted from like straight fly and fast gameplay to instead high CPS, not necessarily wave based, but just high CPS quick gameplay. You know what I mean? Like, in my opinion, what like the biggest thing about it is that I'm just so bad at the what modern levels consider difficult. You know, the wave, high click gameplay, high click per second gameplay. I'm better at the levels like the one I'm playing right now, where it's like everything that you're doing is very discreet and obvious. You know, there's not a lot of flashing lights in this level. It's just everything, you can see everything. There's not a lot of moving objects, you know. Moving objects are super subtle. I'm on low detail mode anyways, which I could turn on, disable. Minimalism is mid. Correction, minimalism is not mid. Minimalism can be done terribly though. I think I think modern levels are over decorated. I think there's a fine line between, you know, good what the fuck? Damn, I like the rain here. Minimalism is not bad. Now, are there a lot of minimalist levels? Yes. I'll agree on that. Like, I've seen so many levels where it's like just like some minimalist bullshit, and it's like, dude, I don't care about like this level that has like 2 shapes in it. But I do think some levels nowadays are very over decorated. But remember, I'm a GD unk here talking, so everything I could be saying is just completely hogwash to you, which, you know, I don't care. We all like our own set of gameplay. I just prefer a gameplay that's like this, you know, very set in stone what you're supposed to do. There's not, okay, this is an example of like, now that I turned off low detail mode, it's like, this is a lot. Minimalism can slap if it's done right. Yeah, it's kind of like, have you ever walked into an abstract art museum? Or like, if you've ever walked in an art museum or been forced into one, you ever just look at some of the abstract art pieces and you're like, what the fuck is that? Like, that shit I think kind of sucks. But I think minimalism is different. Because minimalism isn't just, hey, let's make everything like, let's use as little shit as possible. Well, that's what minimalism is. It's like using not a lot to make something beautiful. And I think minimalism can be done so well. It's just, sometimes it's not. And especially because I know in Geomshash there was like a trend where every single daily level looked the exact same. Like, I know what you're talking about. Like, I was there when every single level looked the fucking same. You want more 1.0, but with some modern deco? Well, I agree. You know, I like when gameplay is very discreet. Like, I like it when a spike kills you or a saw blade kills you. Not like some fucking custom weird looking spike bullshit. Like, and then the moving camera, billions of flashing lights. It's like, I'm an unk, bro. I want levels to be simple. Like this, again, like this level's a perfect example of what I mean, where it's like, there's no like super flashing lights. Like, all the blocks are very obvious. All the spikes are very obvious. Like, I miss that era when everything was very obvious. Dude, this part is fucking whack. I don't like that spider input. Like, that wave robot part, this wave part is really weird. It's not hard, it's just fucking hard. Well, it is hard, honestly. I'd argue this is the hardest section right here. Mainly because a lot of the inputs are timed as opposed to just buffers. Picking 2.11 modern levels. Yeah, I miss when levels were not as flashy, you know, when the decoration was subtle and beautiful. As opposed to like what we have nowadays. Like, has decoration gotten better? Absolutely. There are some absolute gems that exist. But like, at the same time, there are some absolutely over decorated messes of levels that exist as well. Like, I don't know why some levels are so popular. Like, the argument isn't, does it look good? It obviously looks good, you know, but like, you can't tell anything apart. Like, at the end of the day, I like to think of it like this. Geometry Dash is a game about jumping over spikes, right? When do we get to a point when spikes shouldn't be visible, or spikes should be barely visible, or moving objects should get in the way of your gameplay, you know? Make unsight readable bullshit, invisible blocks, invisible portals. It's like, I think 2.0 was genuinely like the prime example of like the absolute shit that I hate. And I thought 2.1 and 2.2 would get past that, but not really, honestly. Has decoration gotten better, and have we gotten more, you know, intelligent with some of our decisions? Yes. But I still think there's a lot of problems that, like, you know, again, these are problems that I think. Obviously, there are plenty of people that think, dude, you're just an unk. I get it. I am an old GD player. I love when levels just are simple and to the point, man. I like it when the levels are a true representation of what Geometry Dash is. It's a rhythm platformer game. It doesn't have to look good, you know. In my opinion, I'd rather have a level that has 1.0 block decoration, that has like no decoration at all, with good gameplay, than a level that is like absolutely beautiful masterpiece, but like the shittiest gameplay ever. You know what I mean? I value gameplay significantly more than decoration. And I think, you know, this is a good example of a level where it's like, is this like absolutely beautiful like decoration that you guys should be foaming at the mouth over? Not really. It's, you know, this level is actually pretty solidly decorated, I'd say. But, you know, we're not sitting here foaming at the mouth being like, oh, this is like absolute cinema. You know what I mean? But it's good. It's subtle. It doesn't intrude as much. I mean, obviously you see all these fucking like leaves floating around, but it doesn't intrude the gameplay, you know? Like, the gameplay stays the same, you just need to focus. As opposed to like modern gameplay where it's like, is that a spike or the background? Is that the background or is that a block, you know? I find myself doing that way more with a lot of levels nowadays, where it's like a lot of my deaths feel stupider because it's like, what the fuck is that, you know? Is that a, like, I couldn't see it. It just came at me instantly. I think the most glaring thing for me is fucking whenever levels use moving objects and it has a huge impact on the gameplay. Like, I don't care. Am I doing that part wrong, by the way? I'm totally doing that part wrong, I think. I just realized something. No, you're supposed to do that. That's so weird. That blue orb timing is awky. No, it's not, because look at the outline. I mean, would it be easier? Like, you see, it's not supposed to be. Because you're supposed to do, like, this timing? That timing's pretty hard. Especially because there's a tree in the way. then why is the ship trail all wavy? I don't know. I don't think that's intended. Like I know what you mean. Like I saw that too when I first did it, but like I don't know if there's anything you can do about that. I think that's like an unintentional bug. And even though I did the route that you told me, like the wave was still, you know, at the top. I think he's just classic Devin trolling us. Maybe I'm doing that part just completely wrong, but you know what? Whatever works, works. This part is really good, though. There we go, 47 to 100. Can we talk about how easy levels have gotten too easy, though, and extreme teams have gotten way harder? You know what? You're kind of right. Honestly, like, pretty good. Pretty good thing to point out. Dude, I just fucking fluked that. Damn. But dude, those duels are so satisfying to pull off. I probably won't get to 23 and 73 in a while. I'm surprised I got past that spider duel so quickly. But like, oh dude, this level is so fun. You know what I'm thinking? I have a theory. I talk all this negative stuff about modern levels. I just think I haven't found the right ones, you know what I mean? I know I'm gonna sound like a hella contrarian here, but maybe it's just that I'm looking at the wrong places. Like, the GD community is full of a lot of younger people, and they were definitely gonna love flashy objects, you know, super over-the-top decoration. Not because they're not intelligent, by the way, but that's just because it's flashy and cool, you know? Even I admit it looks flashy and cool sometimes. But maybe I just need to find these, like, niche-ass levels like this one, dude. You know, like, where the decoration, like, comes second and the gameplay is more what is the cool part of it. Because I think the popular... The popular, or the larger side of the GD community loves high decoration, you know, levels. That's why every end is such a polarizing level, even though it's, in my mind, a very beautiful level, despite not being over decorated. Like, it's a hated level because it's just not decorated, right? But like, that's my problem, is that I don't care if the level's not decorated well. Oh, I held for a little too long. Even as a younger player, I love old levels. Yeah, I don't mean to like generalize and be like, yeah, young players don't know anything, you know. But I think that that's just like how things kind of are. You know, the majority of the community are people that just love highly decorated levels. But I don't want to paint it as like, oh, those people are stupid, you know? Who doesn't like a good decorated level every now and then? I love some levels, even though they're like over decorated as shit, you know? It's just sometimes I like it when a level just isn't decorated. It's all about the gameplay. You know, there's this one particular level that I may have mentioned earlier that Zixtrio knows, Lover's Sadness. Its decoration is just very minimal. There's like barely any, but it's still a very beautiful level. It's got so much weird like dual shenanigans, you know, maybe it's a little janky, but like it's gameplay first, you know, and then the art of the level is the story behind it, you know, while you're playing it. But yeah, I remember Zixtria. I think you were the one that got me into Lover's Sadness. It was either that or I think I found it on my own. I think I found it on my own, actually. I swear you recommended me something. And no, not City Fade. That I really liked. Was it Lover's Sadness? But yeah, I just need to find the right kind of niche, you know? You told me about it before. Okay. I think I found it on my own, but you'd mentioned it beforehand. That maybe that's why it came onto my feed, you know, because the government's watching us. But yeah, I think like I need to find the right people. I'm tired of arguing about like art because it's not something that really needs to be argued over. There's objectively bad art, and then there's just art that's different from what people are used to, and then they just think of it as bad immediately. Case in point, Every End, Dear Nostalgist, and XO. There are people that genuinely hate those levels. Why? Because they, in their mind, it's quote unquote not art. And it's like, why are we arguing over this shit, bro? That's like saying, you know, traditional art isn't real art, you know, because you know, traditional art doesn't have, you know, all these glowing visual effects and bullshit. It's like, no, that's stupid. Like, that's the dumbest argument ever. Like, obviously there are levels that are way more visually impressive than XO, Dear Nostalgist, and Every End, right? Like, I'm not sitting here being like Every End's the most well-decorated level ever, because it's not. The point of the decoration is that there's not a lot. It's very subtle. Like, Amethyst is way more decorated than, you know, Every End. Like, I get like that's not what the point I'm trying to make when these people talk about that stuff, where it's like, I know that Every End isn't decorated ecstatically like a level like Amethyst. But it's still art, you know? It's still art. There's this page that I follow. They do art. They make like low poly animal models, and it's like, I'm never gonna call that not art because like, whoa, why doesn't the dog have like 5,000 vertices on it? Why does it only have like 30? Like, you get what I mean? It's so weird how people get so angry over not necessarily minimalism, but like a lack of a number or like a lack of like value. Like, sure, it's not visually impressive. Every End is not visually impressive. Like, I'll admit that. To me it is, but like to the normal person, it's not visually impressive. It's just got a trippy effect, right? Hold on. This level's fucking awesome, dude. Wow, this level, I'm so glad I found this, dude. Instagram, thank you so much. Wow, it took me 800 attempts to learn this. They hard demon's pretty good. But I don't know, man. It's just so... It pisses me off. As someone who loves art and artists, as like the irony is that I'm studying artificial intelligence, but I love art. I love artists. I despise generative AI and bullshit. But to see the lack of intellect when it comes to just basic art, like, I'm not saying, hey guys, you need to take an art class, but like, what happened to just understanding that some things are just not your thing? Like, every end just doesn't look good for you? Don't worry about it. Why are you making such a big fuss about it? Generative AI is not what AI is for. Exactly. I study AI. Like, I've read so many papers. Why are we focusing so in on such an unnecessary part of AI? Let's use AI to cure diseases. Let's use AI to help us instead of fucking like, hey guys, let's generate an AI ad about vodka. You get what I mean? Like, it's so dumb. What humans are dumb, guys. This level's amazing, by the way. The gameplay's weird, though. I remember. Bow, bow. I need to re-remember this part. Oh, wow. I need to remember this is a step up from, you know, a hard demon. This is kind of an extreme demon. So these timings are not going to be as easy. This part's so weird. I think Lover's Sadness has made me fall in love with the duel, by the way. Like, I don't know if you saw my, like, part in Kiruu, in the collab with Kiruu. He hates that duel so much, but I like it. I love it when levels do that, by the way, when they just make me fall in love with something. And I think Lover's Sadness made me realize why I love the duel so much. Like, there's just so much shit you can do with it. How did I get 27%, bro? I'm cracked. You know, maybe I should do that. I should do like a little retreat from every end, not quitting, by the way, but like on one of my streams, let's just play a bunch of levels that are like this. Just that really reinforce the kind of levels that I like, where it's more than just about what you see, you know. Or like the decoration is just so subtle, you know. Almost a trip down memory lane, but I want them to be modern levels. I don't want to be like, hey guys, let's play let's play Phobos. Like, hell no. After learning the meaning of this level, by the way, this part hits the hardest, I think. Like, this part is just so... Ugh. I know, like, it's sad, man. That's why this part... Like, this part is just so beautifully done. There's, like, barely any decoration. But like the meaning behind it is just so deep. It's also fucking hard. Swing, I never realized how fucking annoyingly hard swing and ship are as a duel. But man, is this hard. I think my problem is my ship. And then this part too. Like, ugh. It's so fascinating. Like, Geometry Dash aside, it's so fascinating how something that literally just doesn't look or show anything that you expect at face value has so much, like, beauty behind it. When, like, it's a meaningful part of the level. Like, when you guys look at this without understanding what, like, the point of this level is, this just looks like a really shitty wave part. But it's so interesting to know, like, or just knowing how weirdly beautiful this part is, bro. This part too, where it's like, I understand why when you look at this, you're like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how is this a featured level? But like, it's so beautiful, man. This is exactly the kind of abstract shit that I love, dude. I'm eating this shit up. Like, abstract art has always been my favorite, and this level is like the perfect encapsulation of what I love about it. is how the most meaningless shit can have so much meaning, bro. When you just look one layer deeper than what you see in the surface. God, I'm such a fucking nerd. Fuck. God, I'm all the way back here because I didn't play any checkpoints. I was too entranced by the level, bro. Explain? No. No, I don't want to. I think explaining it is, you know, it would make sense for you, but I think it's all about interpretation. Like, there's obviously one central meaning, but I think, like, it's more fun when you actually discover why things look like they do. You know what I mean? Like, the story is already being shown to you. Like, you should, like, I'm not saying you should, but, like, everything that you want to know about it is already being shown to you. It's just about figuring out how to interpret it. This is the one part I don't like, though. That, like, invisible blocks, but, you know, I could care less. I think I have to jump here, and then I could wait for a bit. I don't know if it's easier to, if it's better to jump there. Like, I think that ending orb section is a lot harder than I think, or maybe it's just meant to be awkward. No, that's way easier. I should have just jumped into it. What does the gameplay mean? I'm gonna be a gatekeeping son of a bitch. You can obviously look up videos, but if you want a quick explanation, it's lover's sadness. You are with your lover, the duel. You know, look, this is my lover right here. Or I guess this one, because this is the opposite color. And you go through the 4 seasons together, you know, a relationship. You go through the spring, the summer, the fall, winter. But then when you get to that wave part, you know, the one where it's just the dual wave, you start to grow apart, right? The waves start close together, and then they start separating. Then one of them leaves. When you exit that wave part, one of them goes away, and depending on how you interpret it, I interpret it as the partner has died because there's blood being shown in one of the parts. So you lost your lover, and you get to the can't let go part. This is where shit gets so deep, because you can't let go of the fact that you lost your lover. You're going through the can't let go looking part of a level. And then as it continues to move forward, you kind of like, it's more of like to me, it feels more like a descent into madness. Some people see it as a more positive ending, but to me, I think it's more of a descent because it's about lover's sadness, you know, the sadness of losing your loved one. And it just gets really, you know, grim at the end. The gameplay gets very, I know it brightens up at the end, but I still think you're stuck in sadness. It's a very deep level. And I can understand why people don't like it from a visual standpoint, because, like, look, from a visual standpoint, this is not an extremely impressive level. But because of how deep it is with its meanings, that's what makes it good, you know? Like, if this was a level with no meaning at all and this was just the gameplay, it would be cool, but it wouldn't be like a feature-worthy level, in my opinion. Maybe rate-worthy, you know, because it's pretty weird gameplay. But, like, I just love it so much, dude. I'm so glad. You know, I'm still going to credit Use, even though I found this level myself, I'm going to credit Usix Trio for helping me find it, but man, this level is just, I love it. I'm surprised I haven't beaten it yet. I think I just gave up on it for a while to keep playing every end, but I want to beat this. But like, man, the duels are so fun. Like, as well, like on top of the like meaning of the level and, you know, obviously the abstract portrayal of what's going on, the gameplay is really interesting. Like, you might look at this and be like, this looks like cancer, but no, it's like really fun because of like it feels like you're exploiting the duel, you know? Damn, that part's so weird. Like, if you're not good at asymmetrical duels, this level's gonna be a challenge for you. But I also think it'll help you get better at them. It helps you kind of think about what one you need to pay attention to while you're going through this, right? I think I'm overthinking that one part. Like, as someone who like really likes the duel, I think this is a perfect like example of like the weird shit you can do with duel. Like, asymmetrical duels are very pretty, and for lack of a better term, to me they're like very pretty if done right. I gotta find a better way to do that UFO like in cube part. That part's so weird. I think I could do that. Let's do that. Or no, I just need to do them earlier. Like, what am I doing? I think, like, that's a good example of, like, I needed to shift my focus of the duel because I was focusing too hard on the cube instead of the UFO. Like, that's what I mean by this level's actually really good at getting you more, I guess, in line with how to do asymmetrical duels. Because most of the time, the best way to do an asymmetrical duel is to pay attention to one of the duels. I think the hardest part for me is this. This to the drop. The drop is obviously significantly easier. But like for me, it's like this part all the way to the drop. Because it includes that really difficult duel with the swing and the ship. Like, it sounds weird to say this, but I wish I could be in the head of someone that makes levels like this. Like, I want to know what was running through their head to be like, yeah, let's do this at this part. Because in a weird way, it feels like everything that's happening makes sense. I mean, obviously that's what most levels are, but like, what the hell was going on in their head to be like, yes, this is exactly how I want it to look. You know what I mean? Does anyone know why the ground is a half block covering the bottom? What do you like this? I don't know what that is. Or do you mean like earlier in the level with the part with like the dual cube? Let's go back. Right here. Ooh. So that's just to make the jump easier. You can see in the cube UFO. Okay, let me get there. What? Like that. Why the ground is a half block covering the bottom? Oh! Yeah, I don't know. I think it's because this is meant to represent like a marsh. You know, have you ever been into one of those where it's like almost swampy, where there's enough water to where you kind of sink into it, but it's not like a lake or anything? Maybe it's that. But like the only counter to that is that there's like flowers in the background. My thought is that it could be that, where it's like, you know, a swampy kind of environment. Or whatever those are called, a marsh. Where it's, you know, there's a lot of vegetation, but it's mostly water, you know, under them all. Some smart person probably knows. Oh, this level's beautiful. You can get a wet marsh. Okay, okay. Well, I'm gonna end stream here. Tomorrow, I think let's take a little break from every end. Let's do a Lover Sadness stream. And I think I'm gonna do a lot more chit-chatting in that one. You know, it's gonna be a more talkative stream. Go to bed, it's 6. Yeah, anyways, I'm gonna end stream. Thank you guys. I'll catch y'all later. Bye-bye.